Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is well. Welcome to one of the northernmost airports in the state of Michigan. Good evening, Scotland. I'm doing rather well. I hope you are also well. I'm going to do a little bit more scenic flying in the beautiful state of Michigan. Except we're now on the western edge of the Upper Peninsula. Is an area where I don't have a lot of... haven't spent a lot of time in this part of the state, but it is equally as beautiful as the rest of it. Excuse me. Kind of let everything kind of get going. I believe I turned my mic this time. Forgotten it before. No worries. I'm in zero hurry. I had to delay starting a little bit just because I got a new piece of hardware. I had to figure out why some things weren't, or at least I thought they weren't working, but they may have been. But I got that sorted out, so all is well. I am on the East USA server. The flight route should be in the stream title. We are in Houghton County. This is in the northern tip of the western part of the north, or the Upper Peninsula. In fact, the name of the peninsula is... I want to say it's the KIWD Peninsula. In the existence of... yeah, I'm going to make it a safe bet and say that it is, in fact, the KIWD Peninsula. Yep, KIWD Peninsula, confirmed. When I doubt myself, I myself right. Hey, welcome along, USA. Yep, we're just kind of letting everybody get in and get settled in, and I had to make sure that I knew knew where I was. At least outside of having the airport loaded. I hope you're well. New cockpit setup. Oh. We are in Le Bonanza. A Mooney. The bird dog back there. And that open mic. You got it. You got it. I'm in no hurry to get going. We are using the mid-level cloud preset from mid-level clouds from SoFly. And kind of a better version of scattered clouds, in my opinion. Really do like these SoFly presets. They do a really nice job. You can spend hours fiddling with cloud layers and all that stuff, but you know, for a very reasonably and small price, you can get a nice bunch of presets. Just did a 5-hour flight up the coast of Australia in some fast ass. Yeah, there's something goofy going on, and I think it really started with the last patch, and it's really frustrating especially because I'm like right on the cusp of 200 hours logged when there's an achievement for that. And I can't see rhyme nor reason for why it's doing it, but you know, really frustrating. It's one of those fairly minor things, but at the same time, when you like tracking your flights, especially the longer flights, it's really frustrating. So, to show you how unprepared I was, or am, I'm gonna be right back, and I gotta fill my water bath, so I'll be right back. Darren Home, thanks for the follow. That's possible, but even at that, it seems to do it for at least sometimes it's a period of time. Sometimes I've had it do it the whole time. It's really odd. Exponent Mage. It's very curious, frustrating. If I recall, there have been posts made on the Flight Simulator forums about it, so who knows. Alright, well, at the very least, we're going to go ahead and get the engine started and warmed up. So we're going to go into the cockpit. Ooh. Master switch is on. The old beacon going. Our cowl flaps are open to or flat. Our trim, elevator trim set. Go. Mags. Their prop. Mixture. Prop full. Throttle cracked. Try again. Alright. What server are you on? I'm on the East US server. All right. There we go. That's better. Interesting. Okay, turn the avionics on. Taxi lights come on. Nav lights come on. Set the transponder to transmit. And turn the inset off. No wind data. That's set. CDI. Set. Check the barometric pressure. Set. Negative. I am running mid-level clouds from the SoFly. It just looked a little nicer. Because if we look at the real weather, live weather, it's really cloudy. And the last time I flew this area when it was cloudy, I got stormed in and had to hit the deck real quick. But we can give it a leg and see how it goes. So reset the barometric pressure again. Okay, fuel pump, you can come off. Turn heat on. We're going to turn panel lights on. So good. Set this app up. We turn on the next red, it's just red. We'll turn graphic, go back. Okay, I'm going to pull up Navigraph. We are at the X. See if we can get a beat on that. Oh yeah, that's a stiff wind. So we may want to take off on runway 7. Yeah, that's not a bad plan. So if we want to taxi to runway 7, because it appears that's going to be the most favorable runway to take off on. Not sure why that's not working. That's kind of important there. Those work. There we go. Look, we've got a Baron. Mooney, there's an SR-22. And we'll have to do a fancy bit of back taxing here in a moment. Check for traffic. New controls. On an active runway, so we need ending lights on, strobe lights on. Park up here, wait for you guys. Oh, we got a fast taxi. Barren. I suppose we'll go. Slowly advance the throttle. Roger that. Positive rate, gear up. Going up. Not redline the engine any more than E2. Oh. Here's I've got it backwards the way from the way I like it. Fine. Think use power, because holy crap. But this is one of, if not the most, at least it's probably the furthest northern airport in Michigan that has commercial traffic. In Houghton County. We're going really fast. We're on the if you were to do a diagonal line, it is several hours. It's a long way. It's in the opposite, because this is basically the northwest corner of Michigan. Detroit is in the southeast corner of Michigan, so it's quite a ways. Hey, Jam, how you doing? Doing all right. Hey, Brian. Welcome, welcome. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm getting used to flying the Bonanza a little bit. It is pretty nice. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, well, yeah. You're absolutely correct. It's a more complex aircraft. It's a little less forgiving. But it's still fun to fly from time to time. Jamfjord with the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. I'm having to get used to new trim controls because I wish I really wish it's not modeled correctly in this yet, which was a very large disappointment to me. I'm gonna switch to mid-level clouds because this is kind of bleh. But the Mac, yeah, it's disappointing on the Mighty Max bridge. I don't know the trim controls for this. I apologize to everyone flying along that I'm just up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Yeah. Ooh, it's windy. Really bouncing around, that's for sure. Beechcraft Brigade. Goodness, the wind. Buffeting. So we're making our way down. This is Lake Superior. Off in the distance that way is both Wisconsin and Minnesota. we go back northwest, it would go to Isle Royale, or Isle Royal. Lots of forest. Lots of forest up here, and in this part of Michigan, it has a lot more terrain in it. A lot of iron ore mining, among other things, happen up this way. Excuse me. Hey Jim, how you doing? How's your wife doing? I hope praying for a speedy recovery. No, I might just have to gain some altitude. This is a little nuts. I'm glad she's doing well enough. Go ahead and gain some altitude, because this is nuts. Make one a little woozy. The Huey and Ralph that Murph always talks about. Out of some of these surface winds. We took off from Houghton, Michigan, Houghton County, which is in the northern western part of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And we're flying down the coast over Lake Superior down to Ironwood. I don't know. Got a Baron behind me. I've got an SR-22. At an SR-22 in sight. Ah, there's the SR-22. I believe is ailerons into the wind. And then a Mooney back here. So I'm not sure. Uh-oh. And Flight Sim decided it didn't want to play nice today. Well then. Well, the stream's still up. I might... Interesting. Well, I think I'm gonna get a... Gotcha. I'll definitely spawn on one of you guys. I may not be in the Baron or in the Bonanza though. I may get into something a bit more stable. In fact, I may even just switch to regular scattered clouds just to kind of eliminate possibility of things being weird. I was in the Bonanza. It's not the stock one per se. It is, but it isn't. I'm running the Community G36 mod because it makes it more accurate. I don't have a lot of issues with it, if I'm honest. You were on scattered. Interesting. Yeah. I'm kind of starting to wonder if it's the Logitech panel. Very interesting. I was on the East US. Usually it's pretty good. I get a much slower ping than I do anything European. Let's go with the old reliable. Had me go to Santa. IWD. Like, I'm going to go few cloud. Lifetime. Autopilot. See if this makes a difference. Well, let's hope, knock on some wood and hope that's the last major problem we have. Alright, well. Enough excitement for one day, I think. See, landing lights on, taxi lights on. Cool. So, hopefully you guys can find me. I'm not running name tags, so I can't see any of you guys without, well, seeing you. More difficult for me to see you guys. Worst case scenario, we meet at Kilo India Whiskey Delta. I don't think I can pronounce the city this is, Antanagon. There we go. I am about 38 and a half nautical miles, 20 minutes out from IWD. Let me try doing a quick server swap. Southeast Asia. Really? I just crashed again. Okay. This is getting annoying. I did it fresh before I started it, so that's not an issue. Besides, that takes way too long, and I'm not dropping the stream. Get rid of Navgraph. See if that helps. Yeah, meet there. Everything else is good. Just Flight Sim being a bit of a nuisance. Okay. Let's try this again, shall we? It's just frustrating. All this nonsense. Or click that. Okay, so. Something like that. Alright. I can't see sign of a doggone windsock, so we're just gonna go for it. Not at all. The more the merrier. I just wish I wasn't having so many issues on my end. East. Yeah, we're on the East USA server. S mode. Probably going to do a few circuits around here, get everybody caught up. Oh, supposed to be you. That wouldn't even be live time. Come on. Oh. Oh. No. Maybe that is. It is. Never mind. I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't want to break it again. As it might have just done. Yeah, that is the primary target. I'm just kind of circling here for a minute. Make sure everything's, you know, not being annoying. Hey Murph! It's going. It's going. This is take 3. I've already had 2 CTDs for reasons I can't be sure of. So we ditched the Bonanza for the... It says no. Yeah, it's been really interesting so far today. I don't know. It's really kind of inexplicable. I'm not entirely sure why. Roger that. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get en route to IWD. But yeah, no, it's been interesting. Haven't really gotten far, which is a little frustrating. We currently over OGM and on our way to IWD. Or Kilo Oscar Golf Mike to Kilo India Whiskey Delta. And you know it's going to be good because it has whiskey. Hey, Allison, how you doing? Currently flying down the coast of Lake Superior to Ironwood. I'm doing better now that things are kind of stabilized, knock on wood. I had a couple of crashed desktops, but that's about the worst of it so far, but we're pushing through. We were trying to fly the Bonanza, but we've since swapped to the old Reliable for reasons of stability. Hey, Bombasso, how you doing? Hope you're well. Yeah, no, the 172, it really is the faithful steed. It has yet to let me down. I hope everyone in the chat is doing well. Thank you so much for joining me. I apologize for it being a little on the late side. I was trying to set up a new piece of hardware that arrived moments before the stream was scheduled to start. Awesome. Oof. Well, I do appreciate the tune in regardless, and I hope you are able to get enough sleep. That would be correct. Hawk Driver 101 nailed it on the head. Has red glowy lights, switches on it, and a bunch of nice buttons. I mean, Silly O'Clock is kind of... I mean, to me, it's always Silly O'Clock, because bed is comfortable, and who wants to get out of the bed when it's nice and when it's cold out and it's nice and warm in the bed? Yeah. I like it. It's gonna take some getting used to, going from the CH yoke. Yeah, no, it's taking some getting used to. The hat switches on the other side of the yoke. The trim buttons are weird, but overall, I'm happy with it, and it feels nice, and it's very rugged. It's just going to take some getting used to slightly different characteristics. I know you will, and I wish it had arrived sooner in the day, so that we could have gotten together to do that before the stream, but, you know, it is what it is. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. And the pictures make it look absolutely gigantic. And, I mean, it's not small by any sort of means, but it's definitely... easier. I mean, for all the complaints that people had about, you know, the wide populace had about the CH, I was, you know, it was okay. And granted, I kind of tweaked it a little bit to make it a little nicer, but it wasn't bad by any stretch. But I do like this. It's just a matter of getting used to it. Hey, Philip. How you doing? I hear a loud boy. El Baron. I never tried the CH rudder pedals. I kind of looked at them and I was on the fence about them, and that's when I got the Thrustmaster T pedals, which are fine, but they're having some serious issues. The toe brakes don't work quite as well as they should. The right one doesn't work remotely the way it's supposed to. It is certainly bumpy. You know, but you know, they still do the rudder stuff, and until my new set arrives, which I don't know when that's going to be, the only shipping information I have is a tracking number, and it says labels created. But in fairness, It's their website and product listing and all does list it. It says that they're like made to order, and they, it could take 2 to 3 weeks, and it's been, I don't know, a week or two. So I'm not complaining by any stretch of the imagination, but it'll be nice to have something, because they look like they're built to survive an ICBM. CHT gauge. Cabin heat? I'm not sure. Yeah. No, the Charlies from Honeycomb look amazing. But I also wanted to get, and not to say that the Honeycombs aren't going to be a cry once or pay once, cry once kind of thing, but that's kind of what I wanted with the rudder pedals. I wanted something that was going to be, I'm going to buy it once, and I'm never going to have to think about it again, kind of situation. But here's hoping. So we'll see how it goes once I get them in. Oh, you'll be fine, Scotland. That's it. Cylinder head temperature. I don't know why there'd be a gauge for cabin heat, but hey, it sounded good at the time. Hello. It does, the Alpha does have a different feel. It's very much stiffer on pitch. The roll's a lot lighter. I've yet to do a landing in it yet, so some of the finer details I'm not sure of yet. After my stream's done, I'll be hooking up with ailerons into the wind to kind of go over some settings to get it feeling oh so nice. Look at those Irish but not really Irish hills. They're Irish because they're green. But they're not Irish because it's not in Ireland. There's just so many trees. This is a good place to make a cabin. A cabin in the woods, if you will. Haha! No, it'd be great to have a cabin in the middle of nowhere to kind of escape to from time to time. Throw the cares of the world away for a bit. That would be nice. Well, of course. See, the idea is a cabin, a log cabin in the woods by a lake with an airstrip. Because that way you have an airstrip and you can either land on but you have the airstrip for planes, of course, but you have the lake there too, so that you can also have a seaplane. And then you can do fishing and have the source of fresh water and such. Why not both? See, the way I figure it, my dad has to have an airplane. I've got to have an airplane. And if we each had our own cabins, we'd have the airstrip, we'd have the lake, we'd have so many options at our disposal. Yes, but the downside with the lake is once the winter hits, especially up here, it's kind of useless as a lake because they have a tendency to freeze over. So with having a regular airstrip, you can have solid, good solid ground, have a nice base layer of snow, and put skis. So that covers all the bases. You can get, you can fly 365. And in the northern parts of Michigan, you get some snow. There, back in the day, they used to get upwards of 10 foot of snow. It's kind of nuts up in the Upper Peninsula. Of course, I can't tell you how much they get now. I think they're down to maybe getting 6 feet in the winter. Where I'm at, we're lucky to get a foot. Pardon me. 8 miles out. Goodness. Two seven. He is. I've got to find it first. Well, hello. Well, I got someone out here. Looks like another one right here. Ah. In the infamous words of Darth Vader, I have you now. We got another firefly. Okay, so mixture forward. Let's throttle just a bit. Uh-oh. Don't break. Really? This is getting annoying. This is getting very annoying. No, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. This is getting a bit upsetting. Because I think somebody's in something that's causing the problem. Yeah. It's getting old fast. And it was only when I get to the airport. You know, I really wish that whatever they're doing that's working on it didn't affect things live, because if that's the case, if things are being tweaked live and it's affecting the live game, that's a problem, because that breaks things, and that ruins the experience, and that makes things bad for everybody. I don't know that that's allegedly. I don't know if that's how they do it or not. But if that's the way they're doing it, that's a problem. Because they can't do that. I got a notification. Lance Missile with the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, I don't have X Plane 11. I'm not going to give up on Flight Sim, because it's fine, and then I have days where it's just nonsense. It's frustrating. I mean, maybe it is. Either way, their whole live thing needs to not be a thing, because you can't work on something live because it breaks things, and that makes a lot of people upset, and it's just making me a bit frustrated. I have hopes that the product they're working on is and the things that they're doing is going to be great, but at the same time, when you're working on something live and it's breaking things for people, that's just irresponsible, because it ruins the experience of people playing it while they're tweaking on it when they can't separate the server, and that's problematic. I would certainly hope it's not Windows Update, because I just did some major updates a couple of days ago. It's frustrating as all get out. Would have really liked to have finished that landing. Heck was I going? Where's next? IMT. Tanya, this particular trip has really, really been testing my patience today. Murphy with the subscribe for 3 months in a row. Still loving the sim, one CTD at a time. Absolutely. And I know I sound like I'm getting frustrated because I'm legitimately getting frustrated, but I can't sit here and just be like, oh, it's so bad. Brr. You know, that would just be. It's not bad. And it's gonna be great. It's just some of the way they do things is just. I don't know. I find some of it's questionable. You know, it's like why would you work on something live when you can just work on it in offline, make sure it works, and then shut things down for maintenance before the patch goes live, and then everything's hunky dory instead of I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm still looking into the epidemic sound thing. I've had a lot going on. And I didn't. Okay, who's in what? Because I just crashed. And I didn't even get out. I didn't do anything. What the crap? Well, it when I got up this morning, it had said that it checked 19 hours ago and there wasn't anything new. Let up to date. Last check today, 12:26 p.m. So 5 hours ago, give or take. Four updates for the Microsoft Store: Cortana, Skype, Windows Calculator, and Solitaire. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, the Moody should be fine. And even at that, I've been having, you know, on bigger group streams, I've been having fun leaving everything, the generic models off. So it's weird. No, no, no. You should be fine. I have 32 gigs of RAM. Application area, faulting process ID 0x42cc. Exception code 0xc, a bunch of zeros ending in 5. The same error for each of the CTDs. Oh, I wish I could remember which. You are starting to more hassle worth. Just disconnect the doggone thing, see if that helps. Okay. Go here. Okay. Why? See what happens this time. I'm taking my hoodie off. What a day. What a day. I will say this much. With the way things are going with Flight Sim, maybe later tonight after I eat and stuff, I might stream something else. Okay, let's just set up to it should be. This is set up to it should be. That's gonna be later. So, look around. Outside. Okay. A trio of Moonies. Alright, so mixture, rich, fuel cutoff, open, trim. Nope, there it goes, it's freezing. And there it went. I appreciate that, Jim. What the deuce is going on? Same error. That's the only way I can. The only way I can stream. I don't have a stream computer. And it's usually just fine. I've done plenty of streams in Flight Sim and things have been fine. Today's just been particularly crummy. And the settings have been, I mean, the only other thing I can do is put generic models on, and that'll at least make it so I can fly. Once it decides it wants to load. Also, by the way, my shirt available in I know. I just there's a lot to go. There's a lot that goes on with my PC restarts, and it was fresh. It was fresh when I started this because I restarted it trying to set up the alpha. So I haven't in a while. It's only been just today. This might work. Hey, that did work. At least on Twitch. I don't know if it showed up on YouTube. But yeah, it's just been today on a fresh restart and everything that it's been particularly annoying and uncooperative. Once it loads up, which it's currently on Blue Bar Simulator, I'll go through my settings and maybe Murph can find something that'll make a difference because it runs smooth in general. So the only thing that I can think of is it has to do with just turning the generic models back on, which is weird because it's been fine in much larger groups. It could just be Asobo being Asobo and nothing anybody can do about it. Which, that's what it is, that's what it is. I'm not giving up because A, I'm stubborn, and B, I want to get this rolling. But doggone. I want to fly, doggone it. Fly. Must have. I jumped in my shoe and went to other planes. Oh, I did try to fly the Bonanza, so they could have just snuck out of the Bonanza. All right, options. Full screen, because there's no difference in performance between full screen and windowed. Yeah, the yoke's 90 degrees to either side, so giving it 180. So that's really nice. It has a nice feel to it too. Okay, that's well. Turn. Waterway. That's one more try, and if this doesn't do it, I'm going to just turn the generic models on. So that we can at least get the flight in. And I just realized that me going through all the settings was pointless because nobody could see it. I'm smart. Wow. Holy crap. I didn't even get loaded in. Here's the thing. It doesn't always translate from your side of the pond to mine because there have been lots of days when you guys have said that, oh, there's a Windows update, and I've checked and I've got nothing. So that's I don't know. I try it now, it's probably gonna just yell at me. Why not? The security intelligence update, which ending what tree? There's a small security update, and that was the only Windows update I had. Pardon me. Yeah, the little security Windows Defender update, I did install it. I'll go. I still get it. Weird that it's one of those showing for some but not for all kind of thing. I might have to do. That's not fun. All right. Okay. Lifetime. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. Memory could not be written. Interesting. Oh. Have a good hike there, Jim. Thanks for stopping by. The thing of it is, I didn't see any, because I looked specifically for some firmware, and the only downloads that it had were for like FSX and Prepared, because it says that it's native, whatever, or something or other, that it didn't require software for I I've done a restart since I initially connected the yoke. BC runtime 140.dll. That was the last one. One more shot. Excuse me. So far, it's given me enough time to do that. Go on at last. Yeah, knock on wood. So has anyone seen the windsock and which way it's pointing? All right. We might be getting this show on the road. Two 270. Oh, that may have been a mistake. So, taxi off landing on strobes. Well, tally ho, lads. Hey, right turn. Good grief. So long. Oh, gosh. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. If I don't cry, I'll be mad, and I'd rather not do either of those, so I'll just laugh. The important thing is, it's working. For now. It's just not something I like doing if I can help it. Wait. Trim. I mean, I can cry on stream. I don't like crying if I can help it, unless it's worth it. Okay, so we drop mixture back a little bit, drop throttle back a little bit. And this little happy horse and pony show, is on the move. Rest well, Allison. Thanks for swinging by. Do appreciate it. And we'll catch you next time. Pardon me. Gosh. So I'm on an approximate heading of 120 degrees. Roughly 2,500 feet, and about 115 indicated knots. And even turning the settings down, it still looks great. Oh, I feel better. One 172 is a nice little airplane. I grew up being able to fly in something fairly similar to a 172. Just a little more horsepower. I once built a model of a 337 with fixed landing, which was the really early versions. I don't know what ever happened. Nice. Yeah, GA's in my blood. Yeah. It's a lot different. A lot different back then. And my grandpa learned to fly in an Aeronica Champ. I think that's what it was. Yeah, most of my, just at least as a passenger, was spent in a 175 Skylark. I'm not sure I've ever been in a tandem seat airplane during flight. I don't think I have. I think I would remember it. Yeah, the 175, it was unique. And I lament not being able to have it in, or not having one in Flight Sim. But a wonderful person that does repaints for planes named Sir Blackulot did an amazing job replicating the paint scheme of my grandpa's plane and put it on the 172 in Flight Sim, so I can at least fly it to a certain degree, which is nice. I will say the honeycomb yoke it is definitely a lot lighter in most respects to the CH, and not in a bad way. It's just it's going to take used to flying with it kind of way. If that makes any sense. Nice. Yeah, I never got into FS economy because when I was kind of looking into doing that sort of thing, they had closed registrations because they had such a backup. I've checked out on air and I like it. It's just I haven't touched it in a while for a lot of reasons. Similar kind of concept. Kind of gives flight sim a career mode, which is nice. It gives a little added objective. Yeah, and I've been meaning to check it out. I just haven't gotten around to it. That's fair. I've heard that the economy system is a lot more grindy, though. Fair enough. Um, that's an excellent question. Let's see here. Search for. Whoa. Yeah, we could do runway 31. Should be okay. There you go. Guess so. That's a heck of a trip. So many lakes. And it adds to the statistic of in Michigan, the average distance you can, or the average distance that you can go is 6 miles before you hit a body of water. Yeah. I mean, and that's not even really looking into the fact of the Great Lakes. There's so many little lakes and marshes and swamps and bogs. It's no wonder there's a million trees. BWCA. BWC Underwaters. I don't believe so. It doesn't ring any bells. Ah, yeah, then that's a definite no. I've not been to Minnesota very often. No airport showing. Oh, there's a key I didn't assign yet. KIMT, Kilo India Mike Tango. Because I've been to Iron Mountain before. Bombasso and ailerons are just providing rear security. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. It is nice to get out and camp and get away from the hustle and bustle of urban environments. There's a lot of those places in Michigan too. Hey, it's better than nothing. What do you think they had in World War One? Not much better than that. I usually click on the bar, and then that'll allow me to zoom in, zoom out with the scroll wheel on the mouse. I'm never going to give up my M1 Garand. That's staying with me as long as I possibly can keep it with. It's not going anywhere. We got rivers, we got trees, we got lakes. We got Great Lakes. Yeah, happy to help, Scotland. Happy to help. That's Wisconsin. We don't want to land in Wisconsin. Well, unless it's Oshkosh. Yeah, if I could get an airplane that wasn't too big, wasn't too small, I would probably get something along the lines of a Cessna 206 on floats, with amphibious floats specifically, because that's got enough room that you can carry a few, handful of people and enough baggage. Still have the performance that you need to be able to have the floats and carry all that and have the useful load. If I could get one step above that, I'd go for a caravan. Because a caravan, it may not be fast, but you can carry everything and you can put it on floats. Yeah, that's just it. It's kind of like I still kind of have delusions of grandeur about getting an old school bus and converting it into a motorhome. Oh, laptop mouse didn't have a scroll wheel. Whoops. Now, many moons ago, old Captain Two-Tone was looking for a place to have a group flight in the Icon A5, and we flew around somewhere near this neck of the woods that we're going to, and it was quite a bit of fun. Hey, War Hamster! Well, glad you're here. Glad it's the end of the day. There you go. I had a buddy of mine who was stationed up in Alaska with the Coast Guard tell me, I think it's in Kodiak, Alaska, don't go there clean shaven because they'll if you go there with no beard or potentially a mustache, they're gonna think you're a coastie, and they don't like coastie. So if you go to Kodiak, Alaska, have some sort of facial hair. Um, One flight I'd like to do, and I think it's going to require me getting much more familiar with the CJ4, is I want to do a flight from Adak, Alaska, if I can speak, and fly up the Aleutian chain to like Kodiak, because I think that would be fun. I'm just I'm not familiar with familiar enough with the CJ4, I should say, to really take that on. I need to set some time aside and kind of learn it a little bit better. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, problem solved. As the saying goes, I love it when a plan comes together. I mean, even flying around here, you can see like there's some bush flying to be had up here. Yeah, I mean, granted, that's going to apply to majority of people that have, because the majority of people have an NVIDIA card, whereas I have an AMD. But yeah, that's a good nugget of information to lean on. Hello. But yeah, lots of bush flying to be had up here, finding random plots of ground and trying to land on it. Runway 1. Still about 335 miles out. KIMT. Yeah, Michigan is a good place if you've got a seaplane because you've got a lot of options. Biggest thing to look out for is though is wires. Wires have a tendency to sneak up on you. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, I believe you. I absolutely believe you. And good reason for that. I bet helicopter pilots can sympathize as well. Well, that's why a lot of helicopters have the weird jaggedy pieces on them. They're more wires, so they'll cut them before they can, destroy the airplane or the helicopter. Yeah. The Hawk driver, I'm assuming, based on that statement, that the word black comes before Hawk, so you drive Black Hawks. Would that be a fair assumption? Ah, gotcha. Fair enough. We're about 10 minutes out. Right on, right on. Well, much appreciated, my friend. Oopsie. $17.9 miles. Excuse me. And my unit operated the CH-47s, but up at where I mainly my unit was mainly based at, we had Blackhawks, we had Hueys, we had Little Birds, we had OH-58s. We had everything but the attack helicopters up there. Can't say as I've heard of them referred to that as before, but as the Cold War drew to a close and we kept getting further and further out from World War II, as technology advanced, there wasn't as much of a need for so many air bases. Oh yeah, no, yeah, no, I definitely see the analogy. I can't say as I've ever heard them called that before. It makes perfect sense. I worked an air show once where we had one come in, and I mean they'll just blow you around real easy. The blades are wider than I am, and I'm no skinny guy. Oh yeah. Getting close. Less than 10 miles. $130 for downwind to 3-1. Aye. Left traffic. Getting powder for descent. Now, fingers crossed that this goes well. ILS 01 for ailerons into the wind. Field elevation is 1,182 feet. Ooh, another Warthog, or a Thrustmaster Warthog user. Murphy has one of those, and he loves it. It's something that's currently out of my reach, though. I just need a better joystick in general, because I have a very, 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 very old Microsoft Sidewinder joystick. Not even the good one. Like, it was $20. It might be worth 10 nowadays. Well, actually, it might be worth a bit more given the lack of supply. Yeah, I mean, supply and demand, and then you get people that are just being ridiculous. Zero one for Brian as well. I hope I don't cut anyone off. Force feedback 2 edition with no FF support. I don't really have. Yeah, that would be. I could see how that's problematic. Okay. 1500 RPM. Hear me up. Well, it should. I mean, the rudder, you can always enable uh, auto rudder. As far as throttle goes, I mean, there's ways around it. I mean, you could probably use a couple of the trim switches for things like prop, throttle, and mixture instead of having the actual, until you can get something for a throttle quadrant. That was something I wanted to make sure that I had before I got a honeycomb, was a separate throttle quadrant from the CH. I mean, that could work. Yeah, that's always an option. Well, I'm certainly not going to spend a whole lot of time dawdling on the ground, just long enough to get things set up for the last leg. Nice landings, everyone. Okay, so our last leg is Kilo Sierra Juliet X-Ray. X-Ray. Beaver Island. This has 2 grass runways and a pave. Right. X-ray. Sierra Juliet X-ray. Kilo. Sierra. Juliet. We got somebody in the 182. neighbor started into a parking lot. Oh, okay. Well, anybody needs to take a potty break, refill some water, now's a good time. Roger. That'll do it. Well, I suppose if you're doing that, I'm going to get into play drone cam and at least give her to watch. See your lights. There. There. Nope, that's 172. Never mind. Well, you're going to have, at least on my screen, a left rear quarter tailwind coming in. Yeah, it's Kilo Sierra Juliet X-Ray. You've got it in as Kilo Sierra Juliet Charlie when it should be X-Ray. So if you look at mine, also nicely done, ailerons in the wind. It should be East USA. Oh, then I probably goofed on that. My apologies. It's 107 nautical miles. In my defense, I did plan this out with something else. I was going to fly the Bonanza or a Caravan or even a Mooney, and then Sim decided that it wanted to be stupid, and now we're in the 172. Had extra lights on. Oops. You might want to double check. It's Kilo Sierra Juliet X-Ray. Kilo Sierra Juliet X-Ray. Hit it. Yeah, I goofed on the title. That's my bad. I mean, unless you want to fly, 1,500 nautical miles to California, be my guest, but I know the one time, you get used to looking at a looking at a title for the codes and whatnot, and I goof it up. On that figure. Okay, everybody seems to be airborne, so we're going to go ahead and yeah. Alright, let's do this. Go to... Where's... There we go. So we'll head to 360 degrees and wait for Scotland to get in the air. Alright, so 90-degree turn to the left. It was a right turn. Or a turn to starboard. It was a 90-degree turn, in fact. Although we're going to go ahead and activate nav mode. So watch out to my right. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm fancying. Well, you know, I'm better in a car. I just got to turn around, that's all. And turning on course. That should be fun. Should be fine on fuel. Get to input ICA code. I don't know. With the G3000 system, it's kind of it's basically a touch screen. With this one, with the GNS 530, there really isn't. Outside of getting out of the airplane and then going back, or entering a destination and a departure. But from the cockpit, the knobs, they're going to be the best way you can do it, as far as I am aware. So at least with this particular system. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Till either somebody makes makes some sort of add-on that does that, or Microsoft makes it easier. I think that's what we've got for right now. If there's a way to do it with the keyboard, I don't know how to do it. So if you're more than welcome to elaborate. There's always the old Discord where we can try to help you out. Also, Two-Tone Murphy's Discord is a wealth of information. Kleinster is now following. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Welcome along. Yeah. No, and that's why I try to do it on the ground, because it makes it easier because the plane's not moving around everywhere. But no, I totally get you, and I agree. It can be real fiddly. Ironically enough, I was just perusing Amazon out of boredom last night? One night. And they make a peripheral that you can put on your desk that's a GNS 530, just like what's in the 172. And, I mean, I don't remember what the cost. It was ridiculous. But it's just kind of one of those, that'd make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Awesome. All right. There's at least 9 of us here. I saw you posted. I hadn't looked into it. I got a little preoccupied setting up my alpha yoke, but I did see you post it, and I will look at it. Yeah. There probably is an app for that. There's an app for just about anything. We're going the opposite direction as Minneapolis. In fact, Minneapolis would be quite a ways. It'd be quite a bit longer of a flight. So if we use the VFR map, we took off from here. Minneapolis is somewhere over in here. Yeah, it's right here. So that's quite the distance. Oshkosh is down here. That's Green Bay, Wisconsin. Milwaukee's down here-ish. I've heard that there's some, it's kind of fiddly to some degree. Not a perfect solution. I'm kind of waiting for, as much as I'd love the idea of it, I'm kind of waiting for Osobo to do it. Give us the option to make a hotkey for it. That way, it's just when it's off, it's off. When it's on, and there's no toggling of people. Even though I believe even the author is kind of put out there that it's a limitation. So I'm kind of I'm gonna let there be an official solution. But that's just me. We're getting squirrely back here. No, I've seen it, and it definitely looks like a nice temporary solution. But somebody posted it in the FS 2020 channel on the Two-Tone Murphy Discord. I think it's a link to GitHub. We're gonna get some night flying in, y'all. At least on my screen we will. Right. Yeah, I don't run the HUD, and I choose not to run it at all because I don't spend a whole lot of time. If I'm doing like a view like this, I'm on autopilot. Whereas, or I'm just checking out something real fast, but otherwise I'm in the cockpit full time. I don't see how people can really fly outside of the cockpit very well. But that's just me. And I can fly an airplane outside of the cockpit in like Grand Theft Auto, but I'm not, that's not precision by any remote, kind of estimation of flying. But, you know, when I'm in flight sim, if I'm taking off, landing, or doing the bulk of my flying, it's definitely in the cockpit. Excuse me. So up ahead here, we have the Little Bay de Noc, Noc spelled N-O-C. And beyond that, over here, is the Big Noc, Big Bay Noc. And then beyond that is Lake Michigan. If we look to the south, this is Green Bay. And over here is Lake Michigan. Bart Star. I don't know what Bart's. I don't know who Bart Star is. Yeah, that's pretty much the same as me. Screenshots, or I'm just trying to get a broader look at the scenery. Very, very rarely to just fly for the sake of flying. Oh, Brett Favre? I would imagine so. I don't really keep up with football or American football of any kind, quite honestly. But stick and ball sports are not my game outside of hockey. Hockey is a stick and ball sport that I can watch and enjoy. Other than that, it's typically auto racing. That's very true, but it does have a stick. No worries, Lance. No worries. And trust me, even at my age, I feel like I can do things that I used to have been able to do and can't anymore. So I sympathize. I got something real high up. Have a good one, Brian. Thanks for swinging by and flying around and hanging out with us. I hope you have a restful evening, and we shall see you at the next time. That's what I want. So this is Big Bay Danak. Now the fireflies really get to come out and play. Oh, I don't know about nicknames per se. I mean, my personal nickname for Detroit is Detoilet. I'm sure people have nicknames for different places, but I don't think everywhere does. I mean, I mean, I think it's fitting. To be fair, I'd rather go to Detroit than over Chicago. But I'm not a big city kind of person anyway. The town I live in, it's big enough to have a lot of different things to do, but it's not so big where it's just, you know, like Detroit or Chicago, where it's just a sprawling metropolis and metro area where there's just, I mean, nothing but buildings and metropolitan area for days. It's just that's too urban for me. Right on. My sympathies for being in Indiana. I'm about equidistant between Chicago and Detroit, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons I would much rather go to Detroit than to Chicago. Don't get me wrong, there's some nice places to visit in Chicago, but not enough reasons to want to go there. Just traffic is just ridiculous, and the last time, it's been a long time since I've been Indy. It had to have been 2015, 2014 that I was in Indianapolis last. That was like the only time that I went there by myself anyway. I would like to go there and visit the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That'd be fun. Ooh. That sucks. Or, well, that had to suck. I think South Bend's that far from me. One lesson I learned growing up, you don't stop in Gary, Indiana. You don't stop for anything in Gary, Indiana. You hold your nose driving through it. Because it stinks. Ah, Mishawaka. Oh, yeah. I know where that's at. Mishawaka, waka, 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 waka. No one else has to be on night if you don't want, but I kind of like the challenge. Yeah, I can imagine. Awesome. Got less than 40 miles, less than 20 minutes to go, and it's out here somewhere. That wasn't the button I wanted. That was the button I wanted. Oh, let's see if we can dig up some interesting information about Beaver Island. Other than we can all have a little giggle about it being called Beaver Island. Beaver is Lake Michigan. Beaver Island is an island, no kidding, in Lake Michigan in the U.S. state of Michigan at 55.8 square miles. It is the largest island in Lake Michigan and the third largest island in Michigan after Isle Royale and Drummond Island. The island is located approximately 32 miles or 51 kilometers from the city of Charlevoix. Beaver Island had a total population of 657 in the 2010 census. In 1856, it was home to a unique American religious colony, a theocratic monarchy, ruled by the self-appointed King Strang, who was the leader of the Strangite Mormon Church. Irish-American immigrants later settled in the island, and it has remained a popular vacation and tourist destination. Portions of the island and surrounding archipelago are protected as part of the Beaver Islands State Wildlife Research Area. Well, that's more interesting than I was anticipating. International Wall Convention. Yes. Let's see. America's Emerald Isle. Irish fishermen from Gull Island, Mackinac Island, and various port cities of mainland Michigan, and also immigrants of County Donegal, Ireland, rapidly replaced the Strangites in Beaver Island. Their community, the more Irish immigration increased, developed a unique identity that the isolation of the island from the mainland fostered. Church, liturgy, and even quotation conversations were in Gaelic for many years. By the middle of the 1880s, the island became the largest supplier of freshwater fish consumed in the United States. Yet, overfishing and technological change ended this dominance by 1900. In addition to King Strang, the island became the residence of two other locally famous persons. Father Peter Gallagher, a priest from 1865 to 1898, was a colorful and charismatic leader who dominated insular society. He once engaged one of his parishioners in a fist fight in the insular chapel. Yeah, before 1900s even. Fyodor Protar, who arrived in 1893, was a disciple of Russian author and pacifist Leo Tolstoy. He served as a local doctor and friend to all while living as a recluse in a cabin in the interior of the island. Rotard died in 1925 and left many admirers. There are 25 million Scottish Americans living in the state, and the population of Scotland is 5.4 million. I know. One more interesting fact that's relevant: logging, which has always been an important part of the insular economy, greatly increased with the formation of the Beaver Island Logging Company in 1901. Docks, housing, railroads, and a mill impacted the local scenery, while fishing continued as the primary economic activity. A great decrease of the fish population in the 1940s caused the exodus of most of the residents until tourism in the 1970s renewed interest in the island. Presently, the island is a popular recreational destination for residents throughout the Great Lakes Basin. So, logs were relevant. How about that? That looks like it might be our destination. Well, Michigan's been home to a great number of different ethnicities from immigrants from other parts of the world. There's a large Dutch settlement that's going on top of the Native Americans. German, Dutch. Actually, German, Dutch, French, a little bit. Mostly north. It sounds like somebody either ran out of fuel or cranked down a lever. Well, that's problematic. I can't say as I've seen this before. Ah. Well, this is going to make for an interesting landing. Hmm. Oh dear. Yeah, well, it's the C-172 Classic. Um, but everything else is default on it. This is concerning. All my gauges are weird. And I have no dials. Hmm. I don't know what to do. Hi. Nice shirt. Night flying's fine. It's the, what has me concerned is the lack of dials and proper stuff, because something's very, very wrong. Yeah. No, I really enjoy night flying. I really do. We're almost there. I'm not gonna hold the rest of you to the night flying, but I don't know what to do to fix that. I got a nice moon. Hey, they're back. There we go. Squawk? Yeah, it's night flying without avionics. Whoa! It's like we went from, hey, this is a bit of a challenge that could be exciting, to, oh, this is going to be a bit more challenge than I bargained for. But it seems to have sorted itself out, so yay. Yay and huzzah. So I'm going to fly around and land on runway 27. Oh, Navigraph says that the field elevation is 670 feet. The runway length is 4,299 feet. Beaver Unicom. Oh, my brain is immature. So we're gonna descend to, let's see, 1,600 feet, and that's pattern out. We'll call it 2,000. Five. Mixture full. Power back. That's the one we want, except we want to do a loop around. Because as it is, we were looking at runway 9. So we'll swing around for runway 27. Ah. We're gonna go ahead. Switch to heading mode. We'll set ourselves up for a left downwind, a left-hand traffic pattern. Yeah, landing lights are on, beacon is on, taxi light is off, nav lights are on, strobe lights are on, avionics are on, master switches, panel lights are on, radio lights are on. Going to set, oopsie, set heading to 090. Actually, we may just go ahead and turn off the pilot. Is it 9 and 2.7? Should be 9 and 2. Interesting. Alright, well, off with the autopilot. We're going to fly it manually. Power set to 2,000 RPMs. Oh, too much up. Too much up. And there is no taxiways, at least until you get towards the ramps. Oh, flap. Well, I guess we're still a little too fat, so that nose just a bit. Flaps button. Reduce power to 1600 RPM. Glide slope. Down, back on the center line. Under 40 knots. Flaps are up. Turn on taxi lights just for extra visibility. They're doing some manual braking. Roll off to the side here. Well done, everyone. That's a noise that I'm missing. Lance Missile just subscribed. Thanks for that, dude. I appreciate that. Definitely not a requirement, but I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you. How many more we got? Oh, thanks for the... Definitely appreciate you coming by and keeping us company. Glad you enjoyed it as well. Very nice. I'm not sure if they're one of us or not. I think they are. Very well done, very well done. Very nice. I dig it. Looks like we got one more coming in. Then we all got to hang out for a group photo. Hear the crickets. Peaceful nighttime. Even though it's only 10 to 8. Such as it is in the middle of October. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do it. Nice. A little on the rough side, but that's okay. You made it down in one piece. Oh, we're going for touch and go. Are we? We're not. That's awesome. Here that I get everybody. Well done, everyone. I am very grateful for everybody that stuck through the trouble with all the crashing early on. It's greatly appreciated. A lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun as well. But yeah, so I know that Mr. Two-Tone Murphy is planning a long stream this weekend sometime. I look forward to that, and I look forward to seeing most of y'all there. Let me do SO. At least work on Twitch. Yeah, me too. It's going to take some adjustment and practice, for sure. But it'll be worth it in the end. But yeah, so if Murphy goes live before the next time I do, be sure to give him a watch. Thank you, Jam. I do appreciate every single one of you for stopping by. Thank you for the subscription from Lance. I do appreciate it. I appreciate everybody for stopping by, engaging with the chat, and flying along. And until the next time, be good to each other. Stay safe out there. See you next time. Bye-bye.